Later. What do you need? Go forth to victory. That's still recharging. Thrall Hall. Strength. Well met. Farewell. Greetings. Goodbye.
You're listening to Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. I had a weekend, man. Drinking glasses and autograph stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was going to drink without drinking water.
With Michael Rosenbaum. Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum was not recorded in front of a live studio audience.
Dude,
Yes.
you are like, first of all, are you going to James Gunn's wedding?
Yes.
So am I.
Yeah. Aspen, I've never been up.
Well, here's the thing. I get altitude sickness. So I'm going, but I'm going to have to take some stuff beforehand.
So what has to happen in order for you to get sick? You just elevation?
If I drink without drinking water beforehand, I need to hydrate myself
If you're
first.
in the mountains? Is this?
I just remember I went up in a gondola in Aspen once, and I was it was like a celebrity thing. And I remember Cuba Gooding Jr. looked at me and goes, "Oh, damn, Rosenbaum, you're green as shit." Because that's how he sounds.
Time is money, friend.
But he,
So nausea?
Be
Is
careful out there.
just complete
Interesting.
exhaustion and a little nausea, just like absolutely no strength. Like I turned like, you just feel really sick, almost like COVID. Have you had COVID?
Yeah, I got the original.
Brutal. I did too.
Oh,
It was
Be
brutal.
good.
that was nuts.
How long did you have it?
3 weeks.
3 weeks of
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah.
Did you lose sense of smell and taste?
No, but I couldn't eat anything. It was like 4 days of chills, like really hard chills, and my back hurt,
Jesus.
and I couldn't focus worth a damn. I couldn't keep anything down, and then just 3 weeks of like the flu.
Was it work? Were you working then?
It was Christmas vacation, so that's how I spent my Christmas.
Are you serious?
Alone in my house with COVID.
What a drag. Have you ever had altitude sickness, or have you ever never experienced that before?
No.
Because you travel a lot, don't you? You do a lot of crazy things. I see you deep sea diving.
I narked out once. Nitrogen narcosis?
What? Narked out?
Narked out.
Like you consume too much nitrous?
Yes, too much nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
Yes.
Yes.
It's in the air we breathe all the time, but when you're scuba diving, you breathe it at concentrated levels. And if you get this, which was weird because I got it after the dive, like the following day, I was reading a magazine and I got it.
What happened?
I felt like I was a mile away. First of all, you feel great. It feels amazing. All these weird things happen. You feel drunk,
You feel high.
but it's super pleasant, so you don't panic. But it's not good because you'll make terrible decisions if you get it while you're scuba diving.
So how long did you have this?
It was probably about 10 seconds, maybe, if
Only
that.
10 seconds
Yeah,
of just
if that.
pure euphoria?
If that. Yeah, and I felt like I was miles away.
Did you freak out like I'm having a heart attack?
No,
Am
because
I-
you feel great. It's part of the thing, is it feels amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, what would we get James Gunn for his birthday? Because you're always gift guy. But isn't going there enough? I always say if you're invited to a wedding and you go to the wedding, isn't that enough?
I think he'll probably be, if he's not registered, there will be something that says if you care to do something, make a charitable donation. That's a guy who's got everything. He's got everything he possibly wants.
But aren't you a guy that always does something unique?
Yeah, but when appropriate. Yeah, if someone says no gifts, you don't bring a gift.
Did he say no gifts, or we don't know yet?
Well, we don't know yet. But
We don't know. Well, maybe if there is a gift, if there isn't a registry, which I'm sure there is, but if not, I'll let you decide, and I'll give you half of whatever it costs. Although you might go.
If it's up to me,
Right.
we're gonna get
Is that yet?
a sea bob.
A sea bob?
Yeah.
What's a sea bob?
A sea bob. It kind of looks like a jet ski. Those ones with the folding handle that kind of comes up and kids stand on it. That's a jet
That's
ski.
like
Not a-
$10,000.
Not a Sea-Doo, but it looks like that. But you hang on to it. It's smaller. You hang on to it and you go into water. It's like a motor that pulls you. Like a
Oh
rocket
yeah,
ship.
those aren't that pricey.
Let's get them.
You think? But we would if we ever came to his house. Get an
Bingo.
ocean. Get an ocean, because I have used those. I know what you're talking about. Those are pretty dope. I was in Florida using one. Just pulls you around. Just you have one, don't you?
I have like a miniature version for the pool. Yes, of course. Come on.
You're a gadget guy, Nathan.
Yes.
I mean, I went outside, and what did you pull up in? Tell the audience what you pulled up in.
My little Archimoto.
It's called an Archimoto.
It's called an Archimoto.
What is an Archimoto?
It's an electric three-wheeled open-air vehicle with roll cage and crossover seatbelts. You don't have to wear a helmet. It's got a windshield and a roof, but no doors, no sides.
That had a windshield? Oh yeah, it did have a windshield. Yeah, you had a windshield, but no sides.
2 wheels in front, 1 wheel in back.
Is it hard to drive?
It does take a little bit of strength to move the wheel. There's a bit of a power assist. If you didn't have it, it would be awful. I wouldn't put my mom behind the wheel or someone with a shoulder injury.
I'd put my mom behind me. I'll say that right now.
But yeah, it's electric. It's quiet. It's loads of fun. You put your phone into the Bluetooth speakers. You enjoy some tunes while you're just driving over there. It's fantastic.
Do you just have one of those?
Just have one. Yeah.
How many cars do you have?
I
Because I know you're a gadget guy and you
Yeah.
like toys and you like
Yes.
things.
Yes.
And what happens is when you're in this industry and you do well, which you have,
Yeah.
you've worked very hard and you've gotten to New York. Sometimes instead of going out and spending money on, people buying tons of houses and this and that.
Right.
But you like gadgets and toys and cool things like that.
So I was leasing a vehicle. I wanted to go electric. The electric car I wanted wasn't available yet, so I just said, "Give me that little electric car." And I bought a little electric BMW.
Really?
The little one. The little
Fully
moon bug-
electric.
Yeah, fully electric. Looks like a little moon buggy.
And
It's
do you
so
love
much
it?
fun to drive. It's
And how many miles do you get?
on a charge.
Yeah.
Probably about 70.
70 miles on a charge. That's not a lot.
It's not a lot. It has a little generator if you have range anxiety. It has a little generator that'll kick in. It's got like 2 gallons of gas, and if you're out there and you're not within a charge, it'll get you another 50 miles.
I just bought an electric truck.
Yeah.
Did you see it out there
No,
in the driveway?
that's the electric.
I
truck.
bought a Rivian.
I want to. Oh, we're gonna climb all over that thing. You're gonna
Yeah,
show me
I
everything.
love it. I sold my truck. I just wanted fully electric. It looked really cool. I waited 3 years for it. Now this company really they had to push things because COVID. So it was a year, then it was a year and a half, then 2 years, and I was getting frustrated.
I bet.
And finally, I got the Rivian, and it is everything I could have wanted. It is a beautiful.
Congratulations!
Thank you. I'm very excited. I've never been excited. I keep cars for a long time. I have a van for 19
I know your
years.
van very well.
I have a truck for 10 years. I'm not a guy who goes and splurges and buys expensive shit.
Right.
Look at my house. It's like movie posters and just I live pretty modestly. I think for the most part.
Well, you have a wonderful home that you built.
Thank
with
you.
Your success on Smallville. Right?
Yeah, Smallville and other stuff, but yeah, mostly Smallville. I would say that was where I was making the big bucks.
That's. I mean, you've built a beautiful spot. I was just commenting on your house when I came in.
Yeah, you like the house. I like that you like the house.
What a presentation your house is. It's always presented.
Thank you. It feels lived in too, doesn't it?
Yes, it's homey, yet it's the displays. It boggles the mind, and it really shows where your passions are.
Oh,
That's
cool.
really nice.
But you know what? I always feel like, and I've felt like this my whole life. I was always counting my money, like in terms of if I worked at McDonald's, which I did. I'd say, okay, I have $160 in the bank. I can live for a week. Okay, now I'm in New York and I'm working at telecommunications or something. Telemarketing. I was a telemarketer. Okay, you have enough to live for 2 weeks. Okay, now you're on Smallville. You could live for some years. And that's how I've lived because I always think tomorrow's going to come and I don't want to.
Do you sit and kind of budget and say, well, this is what my expenditures are and this is how I'm going to this? And this
No, I don't get crazy like that. But I just want to I always think.
You ballpark.
What if you don't want to, because I've questioned what do you really want to do? I mean, do you want to, I like podcasting, I like writing, I like certain things that don't give you the luxury of being super comfortable. But, I don't know. I always have you want to worry about tomorrow. You always plan ahead. Was there a time when you worried more? And now, because obviously you've been on some big successful TV series.
Yeah. Well, I try not to worry too much about it, but I do try to plan for it. And this, it's a fantastic career we've been blessed with. It can't last forever.
Right.
At one point, this town's going to be done with Nathan Fillion, and it's an expensive city.
It's an expensive city.
I think I'll move on to other places. My plan, my big retirement plan. Did I tell you this already? I'm sure I did.
No.
My whole dream and retirement plan is to. You ready for this?
Brian, you ready for this?
Is. I just thought the look on your face. Like,
Ryan's interested.
Maybe I'll do this. I talked about this before. Sounds like I think we did, right?
Did we? I don't remember.
The concept is put down 2 or 3 of these days. Oh, you want to come over and visit me on this island in Greece where I bought some land? Please come visit. That's your house right there. You stay over there in that house. I'll stay over here in this house. We'll party over here in the barbecue area. Good night. Good night. You're over there. I'm over here.
Inside of You is brought to you by Freedom Grooming. Don't go anywhere if you've been using razors other. Thank you for supporting Magic You at checkout, so you don't have to see anyone.
Tigers, the bulls, the hammerheads, the great
The
whites.
whites.
Yeah, I've never been in the water in that kind of situation, but yeah, sharks. Yeah,
But you've been right up to a shark.
Right
You've
up.
pet a shark.
I've been close enough. I could have reached out.
What,
So they recommend
explain,
against it.
how do you feel when you're underwater? Is your heart racing? Or are you just completely calm at this point?
In the beginning, we get kind of conditioned. We get a little closer. There's about excitement, yes, but also the whole key to scuba diving is, breathe easy, be relaxed, and expect energy. You don't want to be excited with a shark. It's excitement in the water.
Right. The thing that freaks me out is when they say every X amount of feet you have to stop and recalibrate, or what the fuck is it?
Equalize?
When you're, equalize.
As you go deeper, the water is pushing on the air cavities, like over your ears.
Right.
So you pop your nose up and equalize that pressure.
See, I think I would make a mistake. And I would I didn't close. And then you just hold your nose. Did you ever make a mistake where you start to feel that? That pressure, that...
It's kind of like if you stay ahead of it. It's when you're going down. You start to, when there are so many things that you know how to do just You never turn your back on the camera and block a light. There's things that you learned in the beginning. You gotta have to keep track of all these different things.
Right.
But now you just do them. So yeah. So
Yeah.
as you go down, you know the pressure's going to come, so you kind of stay ahead of it. It's easier to stay ahead.
You know, I like having Nathan on the podcast because I learn a lot. I do. He knows a lot of things. You're well read, well versed. I would say. You
Street smarts.
Well, you're street smart, but you also like to know things. Are you a reader?
I wish I was a better reader. I can only read as fast as I can move my lips. So
Is that true?
that slows everything down. I prefer fiction. I like to absorb it. I go slow. I move slow through books.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about all this stuff like, having a place in Greece, having a place in Vancouver, or doing all these things. But I look at you as someone that I don't think this guy will ever stop working. I mean, for someone to do a show like Castle for what, 7 years?
8, thank you.
8 years, and then get on a show like The Rookie for 4 years now.
No, we just did 4. We got picked up for 5.
Okay, picked up for 5. You're in the lead. I can't imagine being the lead on a series as a 50-year-old man, which I assume to be. So I look at you as someone like going, well, when is he going to retire? When is he going to be done? This guy's going to go on forever.
I wish it were up to me. Right?
Yeah, it is up to you.
I don't know. I mean, it's not like I say, next I'm going to do it. Doesn't have to
But what happens when they throw an offer out there? Isn't it easy to also say no?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're in a position to say no, I don't think we often are.
I think you're always in a position to say no. If you've done one series, you've probably made enough money to at least be comfortable.
Well, that's a short list of people who have done a series and are comfortable enough to say no to a job. Before Castle, I wasn't comfortable saying no to jobs.
Right, before Castle.
I needed money.
Right,
You gotta live.
of course.
Gotta live.
So is there an end game? Is there a certain time where you're like, you know what? This is when I'm going to retire. Have you ever thought of that? Like, I don't want to act anymore. Or will you be 85 and still going strong?
I think it'll be a feeling I get. I think it'll be apparent.
Right.
And I think at that point, I don't think I'm going to stop altogether. I think someone's going to call me up and say, hey, we need a guy to play the grandpa for the such and such. How do you feel about coming in and being the guy? Rebooting something. We're rebooting Castle. You're going to be the grandpa.
Would you?
5 episodes or
Would
something.
you do like a reboot?
Yeah, where I play the grandpa of Castle? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm in a reboot like 5 years from now when they're like, hey, we want to do a movie of Castle. Or we want to do...
I think I would be happier if I was farther away from that.
Because it's so close still.
It's so close still. I
Right.
feel like I've done it like crazy.
Right.
But point being, if this town needs me, it'll be a short sprint. I'll find it and I'll maybe have a little place here. I won't keep my house here. I would maybe rent that out.
Do you think you're close to perhaps moving away from Los Angeles? Because that's sort of like what people are doing nowadays. Especially with COVID happening. I have a lot of friends. My friend Chris has gone off to Atlanta. My friend Tom Welling just moved to Northern California. Like way northern.
There's a lot of things that people can do to work remotely right now. I think we're all discovering that. I'm really interested in the folks that are doing out of range and the trumpets that are Wi-Fi, and that's their new life.
That's what you're excited about?
They're living in a shack on a beach somewhere. Mid-eastern state. I think that's fantastic.
Wow.
Grow your horizons, man.
Inside of You is brought to you by Shopify. I don't know what I would do without Shopify. Inside of You is brought to you by... Say this because I've heard this is like the lead actor sets the sort of the mood of the show.
Listen, I've been the lead actor on stressful jobs. I haven't changed at all. Sometimes it's just there's a cornucopia of things that can happen to make it stressful. Sometimes it's I wish it were.
Was Castle stressful?
Castle was stressful, if not just for the schedule alone. It was an intense schedule.
5 days a week or 6 days a week? But just
5 and sometimes 6.
And how did you cope with that?
Not well. You can look at photos of me during that time and just get kind of more tired. Well, after this, years go on.
Well, how did you get through it? Because there's been moments where I've seen other actors or I've seen myself going, how am I going to get through this?
Yeah, how do you?
I'm just so tired. I'm just so tired. Have you
Time
ever been?
passes, and then eventually there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and then you kind of aim at that. And then that's the thing. It's fine.
Well, what about therapy? You go to therapy?
I've gone to therapy. I don't feel any pressing problems that are.
You are a pretty happy guy. Who do you talk to when you're happy?
Who is my brother? Buddies I'll talk to. Alan Tudyk I'll talk to.
Yeah. Since Serenity?
Before that,
Firefly.
And before that, he was my burrito leader in New York City when I was working on soap, and he was attending Juilliard. He was
What?
my favorite burrito place. We realized years later
That he worked there.
that he worked there while I was attending. Like, he was actually my waiter on more than one occasion.
He told you that.
We realized together. We kind of came to that.
And now you've been friends for how long?
Only 20 years.
20 years. That's a long time. You're 51 now.
I just
You don't
turned
look
50.
51.
Keep talking.
You don't look 51.
Keep talking. Thank
I'm going to be 50 in July. Do you feel, I know you've only been there a short time, but do you feel like the 50s are going to be the best years of your life? Because I hear different things. 50s are great, 60s are great, because the 40s weren't great for me.
Sorry.
I'm not asking for sorry. I'm just wondering how the 50s are so far for you, and are you looking forward to them?
Yeah, so far so good, man. I'm probably one of the luckier people you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to look back at life and say, oh, at that point in time, I was in the perfect position. I can look back. I thought I had, all these problems. Everything. I was in the perfect position. I remember I was on a sitcom for a little while.
Two girls and a guy?
That was the one.
In a pizza place?
Oh, yeah. Two
Wait.
guys and a girl. In a pizza place.
Two guys, a girl in
Yeah,
a pizza
there you
place.
go.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And I was in the perfect position. I wish I took advantage of it better than I did.
What did you do that you
What I
changed?
didn't do, that incredible schedule of the sitcoms, I should have been traveling every 3 weeks. I should have taken some crazy, wonderful location. I didn't do that. It was an incredible schedule.
But now you're making up for that. Going to all
I
these
try.
places.
I don't have that kind of schedule anymore, but it's a kinder schedule than something I'm used to. We have a fantastic cast.
Right.
Everybody, the whole conceit of that show. I'm talking about the rookie now. Everybody,
Are we
everybody
back
at
in
home.
the rookie?
Now we're talking about the rookie.
All right.
The whole conceit is that I'm the old guy.
Right.
So everybody there is, by nature of the story, younger than me. There was a lot to potentially contend with a bunch of younger actors, but we've got these pros, a lot of people who just come to work and they just know exactly what they're doing. They find challenges in different ways because the job itself is not a challenge. Better. If I say minus 10, it's like minus 4, and then just say it to her, and that way people are solving problems all the time. They bring their A game every day. The show can rest heavily on the shoulders of any one of them at any time.
Do you have a smaller, not a smaller part? You're the lead.
Yes.
You
I
do?
Yes, I do.
So you have scenes you're not in.
Yeah.
A lot of scenes.
That's it. The story branches out into different adventures. So yes, by nature,
Wow.
every scene I'm not in, that's an afternoon I'm not at work.
Because
Fantastic.
Castle was every scene,
Every
day.
scene, every day.
You lost 8 years of your life. Let's admit it. People, you pay the devil. In other words, people say, so you're on a show, you're making money, but you do sacrifice. I'm just letting everyone know that you do sacrifice. 8 years of his life, he didn't have any time. So those 8 years were gone.
Yeah.
They were just working.
Now, again, it's hard to complain because
I'm complaining for you. That's what I'm doing.
You are building a foundation,
Sure.
and there is sacrifice. But yeah, I've been saying, you and
You were
everyone else,
fine.
I don't have any time.
All right, so I see that you really enjoy this. You
Yeah.
do this for years to come.
I could squeeze in a few more years of this real easy. Yeah, I could. Yes.
Do you want to direct?
I don't have the eye. I don't.
What do you mean you don't have? I don't believe that.
You have to understand. Oh, well, let's shoot this like this. That way, it's a faster scene. Or let's make sure we get a shot of this one, because to tell the story and the through line of the whole thing and how speed and is important and bring this forward. Yeah, I don't.
Have they asked you?
Sure, they've said, "Do you have any interest?" And they kind of give a squinty, weirdy look. No, I don't. Don't worry about me.
Too much work.
It's a lot
It's
of
like,
work.
I'm already working.
Yeah,
Why do
listen,
I-
God bless you. If you can do it,
Yeah.
fantastic. And I've seen people do it well. Do you direct?
I directed an episode of Smallville. I directed a feature film. I directed a couple shorts. I'm going to probably direct a horror movie.
How were you received when you directed?
I think people really came to bat. For me. They really worked hard for me. I'm fun to be around. You know, I was
you say
working
so
on,
yourself.
I was working on a low budget. I really am, for the most part, a lot of fun to be around. But I'll tell you, that's what's debilitating. When you're always trying to appease everybody, please everybody, you know. And I shot a movie where I was in my hometown, so everybody was coming to see me, and it was and I was the lead actor in the movie, and I would never do that again. But I felt like I do have an eye. I could do this. I wish I had a little bit of a better script. I wish I had more time. There's certain things when you're shooting 100 pages in 16 days or something, you know, in the middle of Indiana with no tax credit. And, you know, no excuses, but I'm like, if I could do that, I could do anything. I really feel that way. But, yeah, I felt like I'm pretty good to work with. I don't think people would say, God, he was hard. I don't think you'll ever hear that. Do you think people would ever say that about you?
I don't.
I'm sure there were moments where I was a little diva. There were moments, I'm sure on Smallville, where I was just upset about something, and I was, you know, I didn't take it out on anybody, but I was like, oh my God, what's wrong with that guy?
I wonder what people say. I think by and large, I think.
A good guy.
Yeah,
But I'm sure people would say he's a little tense today. You're a little tense.
I've had days where I'm more quiet than other days. Just maybe might be tired or sick
Sure.
or something like that. But I don't know. I don't try not to bring stress to work.
Right.
It's just a job. We're just make believe, guys.
And you try to work with people that you enjoy working with.
I do try to do
That's the good thing about being a lead, because you can make those decisions. We're like, hey, this person brings us down. Let's get rid of this guy.
Oh, is that what you do?
No, but yeah. Yeah, I have done that before. Not with an actor, but with crew guys, you know, where it was just like, hey, these guys are chauvinistic. They're telling horrible jokes on set in front of people.
Well, there's HR.
You know, let's get them out of here. Let's get them out. Let's go bring the ship down. Let's get these guys out. Stuff like that. Or, you know, it's hard. I mean, do you ever have guest stars that come in and they just, you know, they just can't do it? They're too nervous. They're too stressed out. You have to kind of babysit them, or...
I think a stressed out person you can deal with pretty easy. It's when someone comes in and isn't very gracious or kind. That's when
You've had that.
It's so rare. It's so rare. But yeah, it happens. It's so rare.
Right.
But
do you step up as like the lead guy saying, you know...
There's not much people will do in front of me.
Really?
That's what I've learned. That my
It's always when you're not on set.
My experience at work is different from other people's experience at work. I have learned this much. What are you talking about? This place is great. Yeah. Like,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Sometimes that can be an issue. So I think people tend to be well behaved around me, but
Right.
listen, I tend to come to work and be prepared and
Yeah.
do an okay job and be relaxed. And if people are relaxed, they do their best work.
Yeah. Serenity and Firefly. If talking about reboots, would you do that? You've been asked a million times, but would you do that?
Why wouldn't I do that? It was one of the best things that ever happened to me.
Now, let me ask you, because I've read an article or something that says, you know, this was the best acting job I've ever had. I think that was for Firefly, or maybe
Yes.
Serenity.
Yes.
At the time,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
But my question is, and you could just divert if you want, what if they do these projects without Joss Whedon?
Oh, that would be heartbreaking.
Because he created it.
Yeah, those are his. How can you? How would you?
Well, because of all the controversy and all the stuff that happened. What's your take on that? Or would you rather not speak? I just wonder.
Correct me. Listen, I read that article.
Yes?
Nowhere in there at any point in time did he mention Firefly. I had it entirely. That was not my experience with that man.
What was your experience?
Funny, self-deprecating, incredibly talented, maybe a little haunted. I mean,
Right.
listen, by his own admission, that guy's a work in progress, and I appreciate that. I would work with Joss again in a second. I would work with him again in a second.
And has he ever hinted about doing one of these projects again? Nathan,
I mean,
how do you feel about?
we talk, we joke, we fantasize. If I say anything too solid, crazy, I hate being responsible for that crap.
Yeah.
But that's an entire cast and crew of people who had a fantastic on that. It was short-lived. It didn't have an opportunity. You know, it just didn't.
Were you
have
surprised that it didn't have legs? That it didn't, although fans, just to this day, eat it up. The fan base.
So it did have legs. I was surprised at how we were treated. I was surprised at how we were handled. I kept saying, guys, don't worry. We're telling great stories. People love it. It's a good show. We're doing everything right. Don't worry. And then you're canceled. It's like 1 hour later or something.
Heartbreaking.
Oh my gosh, yes. It was terrible. It's terrible.
And then this whole fan base. I mean, a huge fan base. You go to cons.
Yeah.
How many people? What percentage want to talk about Serenity or Firefly?
You know, I'll tell you, I couldn't, I mean, at this point, you have so many projects. People really rarely go to just the one, so they'll list off a bunch. But I'll say this: I used to be able to spot a Firefly fan. I used to say, "Oh, clearly."
Is it the shirt? Is it the uniform?
Typically a generational thing? Yeah, you'd think you would know, and that's now a thing of the past. I no longer have that gauge where I can say, "Oh, that's a Castle fan." That's a Firefly fan. It's because it's just now Castle fans. Everyone's gotten older, first of all. Everybody's along with me.
Right.
So my kind of the generational thing is gone. But I'll be surprised how many fans of Firefly.
Really?
Yeah, I'll peg him for a Castle right off the bat and I'll say, "Oh, that was good." But Firefly.
Wow.
Right?
You know, maybe they saw Castle and they go, I got to see everything else this guy's in. And then they go back and they watch all this stuff.
Isn't that nice? Just a situation where if you, oh, I like that actor, I'm going to watch everything they've ever done and press a
Yeah.
button and off you go.
And they can do that. That's a beautiful thing.
Right?
I have a problem, though. I sound like a grandfather. I do have a problem with the amount of shows that are on television.
You have a problem because you can never remember your Netflix password.
That's not entirely untrue. But seriously, it's just like it used to be where it's just like there's a prestige, there was a coolness, now it's like, have you seen this? No. Have you seen that? No. It's on this channel. What channel's that? Peacock? What the? There's
isn't ready yet. Is full. Cast that yet. target.
What brings you here? We shall meet again.
zug. Strength.
What can I do for you? Farewell.
How you doing, man? Later. What you want? Spirits be with you, man. Speak. For the Horde! Relax, Bisinia.
Brawl Hall. Strength.
enough mana.
McGraw, go forth to victory.
How you doing, man? My mana is low. Stay away from them. get something first. I need to get closer. I can't carry anymore.
Why tier 2 is a noob trap. This is a video directed at me. I find it very polite of Don to move his camera over the other side. That way, you know, I don't have to move my camera whenever I watch the video. Very polite of him to do that.
World Tier 2. And when I say that World Tier 2 is a noob trap, what I mean is not that if you play World Tier 2, you're a noob. It's just that currently the game's not very well balanced. And you're taking on actually more difficulty for less rewards by playing it over playing World Tier 1. So World Tier 1 and 2 are the tutorial. They're the start of the game, and they're not really like the actual end game challenging parts of this. You can pretty much make this equivalent to going and playing through the storyline part of Path of Exile or other ARPGs before you make it to like the maps and end game systems. You don't really start getting Paragon points, which is definitely a big part of the end game power curve, until you
I think he could be right about this. I actually think so.
hit level 50, and you don't get access to basically any of the end game systems, like the Tree of Whispers, Helltide. Actually, I think Tree of Whispers is in the end of leveling up, but you don't get access to Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons,
I know
or even like the better gears and sacred and ancestral items or uniques, even until you get to World Tier 3. Therefore, you kind of want to spend as little time as possible in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 if you're looking to be efficient. If you're just looking to have fun and just...
Yeah, I do think I'm going to play through the game in World Tier 2 because I think that it will make for better content than just speed running every single boss and like one-tapping it in like 3 or 4 hits. But I think that he's probably right.
Last mobs and just enjoy your time.
Like if I was playing off-stream solo, I would just do it in World Tier 1.
By all means, take your time, enjoy it. Especially if you're not a content creator, there's no real reason to rush too much unless you enjoy the rush of competing against other people. But for myself personally, and the guys I'm going to be playing with, and Gal, we're going to be trying to push to level 100 as fast as possible, and hopefully be one of the first teams to do so. So,
all right,
how do you get to World Tier 3? First, you have to do 2 things. You have to complete the campaign on any character. And so you can complete that campaign on the pre-season and then carry that forward forever. You never have...
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't even know that. Holy shit. Only casual players play easy mode, though? Well, what he's saying is, like, so he's comparing the World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 to doing the campaign in Path of Exile. Most people that do the campaign in Path of Exile, like for me, I've done the campaign in Path of Exile over 20 times. I know exactly what's going to happen. I know how it's going to happen. I know what it's going to be, right? Like all the bosses, I get the way the bosses work, etc. And that's for me only. This guy's probably done 100 times.
I can't care
So
anymore.
our goal when doing the Path of Exile campaign is to just complete the campaign and get it over with as fast as possible. Because the real content that we're going for is the end game content. And the end game content isn't in World Tier 2 or World Tier 1. It's in World Tier 4 or 5. And that's where you want to get as fast as possible. So it's the opposite as casual. It's like you're doing World Tier 1 because it's more efficient, because it'll get you to World Tier 3 faster. Crucifying the guy? No, what he's saying makes sense.
To do the campaign ever again. And then you also have to finish the capstone dungeon on World Tier 2.
Yeah.
But you only have to complete the capstone dungeon on World Tier 2. You don't have to do anything else at all on World Tier 2. So you can just basically play on World Tier 1 the entire time, and then when you feel ready to take on that challenge, you just flip it up to World Tier 2, hop in the capstone dungeon, finish it off, and then flip it up to World Tier 3. Don't have to do anything else. So basically, you want to get through the story as fast as possible, and then you want to get experience and gear as much as possible, as quickly as possible, so you can take on that capstone challenge.
Yeah, of course.
So,
yeah, like your goal in World Tier 1 and 2 is to complete the Tier 2. Like if you are an in-game focused player that only wants to make your character as strong as possible, that is your goal.
Is World Tier 1 or World Tier 2 maximum gear? Well, the rewards for World Tier 2 are...
In World Tier 2, you have 20% more experience in gold. Okay, so let's look at some logic, right? So if World Tier 1 is 100% like health and damage, and World Tier 2 is 150%. So that would mean World Tier 2 is effectively, like, it will take you approximately 50% more time to complete the game. So you're taking 150% versus 120%. So if you can clear 50% faster, the 20% bonus is not worth it. Because for how much faster you can clear at a lower level. Do you see kind of how that logic works?
As follows. Monsters give 20% increased experience.
Yeah, it's basic
Monsters
math. Yeah.
drop 15% more gold. And you can note right away that these benefits don't affect quest experience, explore experience, or any source of experience except for monster deaths.
Yeah.
So it's only monster related stuff. And these enemies are more challenging. And I can definitely tell you from playing through the campaign on World Tier 1 versus World Tier 2 that World Tier 2 is much more difficult than it is on World Tier 1. It will definitely take you a lot longer to do everything, and it's definitely slower. It might not be all that much slower when you're like level 10.
I wish they would give it more gear upgrades. Like, give it like a magic find bonus. Like, make it to where like you get 50% more rewards or something like that. Because I feel like this is kind of bad balance. Like, you should want it to be the most efficient thing to do is to do the hardest content. I find that a lot of times it's very boring in games where the meta is to farm easy content and do it really fast. I think that's less fun than hardest content and doing it more slowly.
And you've just freshly put 7 points into your main core skill, but especially as you level up.
I think that also like WoW does a good job of kind of incentivizing both things, right? Where you have like magic find builds that clear lower level maps and they get really good magic find multipliers, and then you also have like good builds that are able to like clear bosses, etc. But I don't think that Diablo 4 is going to be expansive enough to provide a world where you know, like both of those types of gameplay are equivalent.
From your passive points is going down with every
I don't
level.
like Magic Find either.
It is going to become bigger and bigger gap between the two of them. So why play World Tier 2 then? You only really want to do this if you want a slower, more challenging, more grindy early game experience. It's not going to get you the end game any faster. It's not going to make you more or less of a gamer. But
I think I will still play World Tier 2 on release because I just think that it will make for better content. It will be more thematic when fighting bosses if they take more time. Rather than just like fighting them and it takes like 5 seconds and then it's over.
Will delay your time to endgame. So if you want to play with your friends endgame, you really don't want to play in World Tier 1. So how about some math? So since World Tier 2 adds 0 extra loot, like I want to remind you, the rewards are increased experience for monster kills and increased gold drop from monsters. Nothing else about loot at all. There's no more legendaries, more loot drops. There's no additional loot from World Tier 2. That means that if you're slowed down by even 1% by switching up to World Tier 2, that means you're getting less loot. Let me repeat that again.
True.
If you are slowed down by playing in World Tier 2 compared to World Tier 1 by even 1%, that means you are getting less loot for the same time played. And then if you're slow...
And also, by the way, I don't even know if this is true. Because think about it in practice. Because in practice, whenever you're mobs, you're going to be getting more loot. And whenever you get more loot, you can sell the loot. And whenever you can sell the loot, you can get the gold. So you might actually still come out ahead even if you're doing it at the exact same speed.
By 17% or more, you are also getting less experience. Since 83% speed times that to XP multi is at 99.6% XP. So that means you only break even on XP at 16% slowed.
Yeah.
So if you're like 5% slowed by going up to World Tier 2, then like you're getting a little bit more XP. But right now, the rewards for going to World Tier 2 are extremely poor.
Yeah.
It is not worth doing it by any stretch of the imagination.
I wish I had noticed this in the first beta. And I think that if players had given enough feedback on this, because World Tier 2 is so easy in the first beta, because we had so much really good gear, right? We had all the legendary effects, so it was like pretty much the exact same thing. I really wish that we had known that. Because if so, I think players would have provided enough feedback, and they probably would have made this to be better. Because like the way that it's designed right now is bad. It shouldn't be like this.
To full rewards. So basically, if you're not one-shotting everything, then you're slowing down your XP and your loot by playing on World Tier 2. World Tier 2 is kind of like the equivalent of Path of Exile League mechanics. You just don't really want to touch it at all until it's time for endgame, which is Capstone in this case. And yeah, I mean, I don't really like that personally. I would prefer that playing on the more challenging, more difficult variant of the game provided more rewards, but right now it's just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few times, like I remember, I mean, like there was like 2 or 3 leagues where, especially like leagues that don't require you to interact with a menu, stuff like Breach, etc., is still kind of worth it whenever you're leveling up. But the problem is that like, and even Chris Wilson talked about this with PoE, that the multipliers for the mobs that were part of WoW were so much higher than everything else in the game that it was like 300%, like 500% more health on like league mobs versus like normal map mobs. So it was so fucking garbage. So yeah, Scourge was good for leveling. Yeah, a few of them were okay, and especially leagues that would give you a tabula or something like that. Like I remember I didn't get a tabula because it got tabula.
Now, concerning travel time, when we're talking about chat, travel time does not change between World Tier 1 and World Tier 2. Especially when you're doing the campaign, you're still going to be running from the same spot to the same spot. Therefore, it doesn't really factor into our equation all that much. Just like basic algebra, if two things are the same on the same side of the equation, or different sides of the equation, you can take them away. However, you will finish the fighting parts of the campaign faster in World Tier 1, so you'll get your mount faster in World Tier 1, and you'll be riding along in your mount while the World Tier 2 guys are still walking. And this is definitely a big deal if you're like a necromancer who doesn't even have any movement skills. So I think for me, the strategy is going to be create character, select World Tier 1, blast right through the main story quest, just completely tunnel in on the main story quest as much as you possibly can.
So somebody says, I think he's overselling this. He's technically correct, but I can kill tier 2 mobs basically just as fast as tier 2 mobs as a sword player. Basically just as fast. Let's talk about basically just as fast, okay? All right. So basically just as fast. Okay, so we have mob kill time World Tier 1. Mob kill time is 1.0 seconds, okay? World Tier 2, mob kill time, let's say 1.1 seconds. Okay? Let's say you kill 3,000 mobs. So 3,000, let's go ahead and just do some calculator. 3,000 divided by 60. So you're going to waste almost an entire hour to kill 3,000 tier 2 versus world tier 1. Even if you only save 1/10 of a second. Not 1 by 1 though, I'm averaging. Extra attacks take way longer than 0.1 seconds. I know. Well, what I'm saying is that even at the most, I think it's 5 minutes. No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's divided 60 seconds. Or so, no, you guys are totally right. It was 5 minutes. You're actually totally right. I am totally wrong. I forgot it was the fraction. Yes, it's 5 minutes. Yeah, you save 5 minutes. And the more that you do that, the more mobs you kill, the more time you waste. So it's not about how much time you save on each individual mob. It's how much time you save collectively after doing it for 5 hours or after doing it for 10 hours or something like that. It adds up. And whenever you look at the amount of time that somebody spends doing it, like over, like, let's say 3 days, that's whenever the difference really shows. W streamer ending is wrong? No, I have no problem. Like, I just did the math wrong. I didn't think about it. It's fine. Like, I don't take it personally, right? All I'm saying is that, like, it's the extrapolation that really wastes time. And also, it's not 0.1 seconds. I think I'm probably still right, because, like, realistically, it's going to take way longer. But it's still World Tier 2, because that 10% increase in time is still a 20% increase in experience. I think that in World Tier 2, and it's not a 20% baseline increase in experience. So, remember in Season of Mastery, whenever the only experience that you would gain that was doubled, I think it was only like quest turn-ins or something like that, and it wasn't mob kills? The amount of actual experience you're gaining in the rest of experience is only a bonus. Quest turn-ins. So, how much experience are you getting from mob kills, and how much experience are you getting from quest turn-ins? And like Lilith statue clicks, and you know, renown things, and bonuses that you get from different other random stuff. I would say that mob kills are probably about half of the total experience. So you're not really gaining 20% extra experience. You're only really effectively gaining 10% extra experience. That's what I would say. Most bosses take way longer on World Tier 2? Well, absolutely. Who cares? No one. Why do we do this? Because it's fun. I know this might sound stupid, but those people that enjoy doing this is the fun part of
You do need to kill some stuff as you're going through to keep up with the minimum level requirements of the zones, but it's not really all that bad from what we've seen in the first zone. Maybe it's worse in Sky's Glen or Dry Steps. We'll have to find out. And then after you finish the main story quest, that's when you can start to like really focus on gearing up more from like running dungeons or events. This is kind of maybe a good time to finish more dungeons if you really want to finish out your renown rewards. Otherwise, I really wouldn't even touch like Altars of Lilith and stuff, especially not before you have them out. And then switch to World Tier 2, run Capstone, enter World Tier 3, and then I'm probably going directly to the PvP area. Because
I think this is smart. This is like a lot of times like early mover advantage in games like this is always really good idea for PvP areas or high level areas being there first. I did this in Wrath, and like I got a ton of gold out of doing that. Are you actually going to start in World Tier 1, or are you just saying you understand his point? No. I'm going to do World Tier 2 because I think it'll be better content. That's the only thing I care about. I stream for content.
There's probably not going to be very many people there at all. And granted, you probably won't bump into many people, period, in the PvP areas. But in World Tier 3, the only people that are probably going to be there, the people that are going super duper fast from like World Tier 1, and they probably don't want a PvP. They probably just want to focus on farming it out. And so here, the PvP area is a really great spot to farm for loot. Now, if you like this and you like more information about Diablo 4 mechanics, I do have a series that I have kind of animated here a little bit. It's called Diablo University. So far, I've done videos on Paragon, Lucky Hit, some gem stuff. They did update a lot of the gems in the last Server Slam. so I might need to update this a little bit, but it gives you a general idea of gems and how Fortify works. There's definitely some Fortify mechanics that I was a little bit surprised about, so I highly recommend these videos, and maybe I'll put a button to this playlist up in the air here.
This is a really good
I'm going to
video.
put this whole presentation in the description below. You can just link this to your friends if you're trying to have a hard time deciding whether or not you want to do
It's a good video.
World Tier 1 or World Tier 2. But thank you much for watching my video. We'll see you again next time.
Yeah, see, this is the way videos need to be. It's a point, and then there's algebra to explain why the point is accurate, and then it's an advertisement for other videos that explain similar points, and the video's over. That's it. That's all we want to see. We want to see. Let's see the numbers. Let's see how it works. Let's see how it fits together. See if it makes sense. It does make sense. Good video. Yeah, definitely a W with this one. Absolutely. And this video is titled at me, but I agree with them. I think this is very, very accurate. It's also unfortunate that it's accurate. I want to say this again. I think this is stupid. World Tier 2 should be the better, like, a more skilled player should always want to play the harder mode of the game in order to get the best rewards. Yeah, I really, really dislike that. And I absolutely hope that they can... I mean, I don't think they're going to change this on release, but they should change it at some point. Not in an ARPG. Well, why does an ARPG have unique rules for this? I don't think that's fun, to just play the easier mode of the game. I don't think it's fun in PoE either. I think it's stupid. Yeah, more effort should be more reward. Harder boss should give better reward. Harder boss, if you can beat it, should be the better option. How would you change it? What I would probably change is I would just make it drop better gear. I would just make it drop legendaries more often in World Tier 2, so leveling is more dynamic and fun. Because you can get cool items. I actually wouldn't change anything else. I think the experience is fine, because I think the bonus in the like your gear that's gonna make you kill the mobs faster will be a more fun experience. That's what I would want to see. Better gear, harder fights. Yeah, exactly. Gear drops 100% would be World Tier 2 worth it. Yeah, how much? 5%. I would say make it like the beta, the original beta. Maybe a little bit like maybe not quite that much, but like pretty close to that. Where like you're getting a legendary like maybe every 20 minutes of gameplay, whereas in the most recent one you're getting a legendary like maybe once an hour. Right? Probably less than that. Probably like 2 hours, 3 hours. Just number manipulation, mob kill, time to kill is not that different. Only bosses really matter.
Attention, this is not a dating site. You will need to fuck
I think they both matter, and even if you're only saving a small amount of time, that time adds up over time. Yeah, let's see, 300% is kind of crazy. Yeah, but who cares? It's too much. Yeah, maybe not. I'm just saying in general, there should be a compelling reason. That's my, it seems nuts. It should balance the earlier parts of the game around you not having legendaries. Well, I don't think that they would be balanced around you having legendaries. The legendaries would just make it easier. And like, again, I'm just spitballing ideas. I'm not saying this is exactly what they should do. But I'm just saying that in general, that is, that's kind of like, that's like a starting point if I'm brainstorming how to make it worthwhile. Did D3 have better drops in Tier 2? The original game was a lot different. In just so many other ways. So there was no World Tier 2. There were only 4 difficulty modes, and you would just do the 4 difficulty modes. Does that make sense?
Déjame ahí eso y ahorita vienes, ¿no?
Relax.
Te he dicho que no.
Qué rica verga se te ve. Y yo puedo hacerte sentir cosas más ricas. Tú sabes qué quieres.
You be careful.
No.
Aparte si no te vemos.
Loktar.
Creo que
si nunca hubiera pasado.
50.
Be safe.
Por favor.
Solo dime 2 motivos por los cuales no puedo coger.
Porque somos roomies.
Ajá.
Y...
there.
Porque se puede complicar.
Okidoki.
Ahora te voy a dar dos a favor. Somos roomies. Es más fácil coger a la hora que queramos. Como queramos. Y dos, se puede complicar o puede ser lo más rico que te haya pasado. Y tres, te doy una tercera. Voy a hacer que acabes como nadie te ha hecho acabar.
Que no. Te dije que no.
Tiene transparencias.
Ay. No. Eres demasiado atractiva, no quiero complicar nuestras cosas.
¿Qué persona lógica no quisiera?
Greetings, man. That's still recharging. Zug zug. Strength.
Ay, qué rica forma. Ay, qué venudo. Te dije que no te resistieras tanto. Está bien.
Y ve que estás mojada.
Uy. Mira cómo me pone. Cómo me pone. Que me dejes hacerte lo que yo quise siempre.
Qué rico. Quítate. Quítate. Quítate porque si no, no va a venir. Quítate, por favor. No.
Sí, relléname. Relléname.
No estamos usando protección. No.
Relléname.
No, quítate. Quítate. Quítate, por favor. No.
Sí, relléname. Relléname.
No estamos usando protección. No.
Relléname.
No, quítate. Quítate. Quítate, por favor. Quítate. Quítate. Quítate porque si no, no va a venir. Quítate, por favor. No.
Sí, relléname. Relléname.
No estamos usando protección. No.
Relléname.
No, quítate. Quítate. Quítate, por favor. chingo de hamburguesa.
Ay, sí. Ay, me morí porque me rellenadas. Ay.
Está goteando.
Wizard's thoughts on WoW Token and Wrath Classic. Okay, here we go. Greetings! We want to take a moment to talk about the WoW Token and Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Well, it's really nice of Blizzard to make a statement on this, and it's so long nobody's ever going to read it. So, except for me, I'll read it. I'll be your TTS, and we'll take a look at it. Greetings! We want to take a moment to talk about the WoW Token and Wrath of the Lich King Classic. The best way to start is simply say, this wasn't something that we arrived at lightly. For the entirety of Classic so far, the WoW Classic team has been very resistant to the idea of adding the WoW Token to any form of Classic in the Western region. When WoW Classic launched in 2019, adding something like the token felt unimaginable to us. Yeah, I thought so too, actually. It's funny they mentioned that. That continued to be true for us even late into Burning Crusade Classic for a few reasons. In Vanilla WoW, scarcity of gold matters a lot. Okay, they're just kind of explaining like why scarcity of gold matters. It just didn't feel classic. It felt jarring, out of place, and was antithetical to what most of us wanted to relive in those early years of WoW. However, what we want to do from a design perspective and what we need to do for the good of the community aren't always aligned. And this is one of the more difficult things about maintaining a large online game like Wrath Classic. When we really looked at the state of things in Wrath Classic, how different players approach the game, we saw that we cannot cause the demand for gold to be lower. The impact of illicit RMT is beyond just buying gold. It's the entire black market that revolves around gold sales. The concept of bots gets thrown around a lot, but it's not just bots that fuel this, it's compromised accounts, credit card fraud scams, hacked clients, and the tools that elicit third parties to use to fuel the engine that is RMT trade. We keep hearing folks saying things like ban the bots a lot. We ban tens of thousands of bots a week. It's not visible to you just how much we do, and that's absolutely another problem in itself. We need to be better at surfacing these actions. Well, I thought you didn't do that because you banned in massive waves so people couldn't use A/B testing to see what would trigger the failsafe for Blizzard looking into your account. Because I remember that's what they had said before. They said that they didn't ban people instantaneously every single time because they waited to do it in waves. That way the botters couldn't do a better job at kind of like narrowing down what exactly is triggering the Blizzard the Blizzard system. So I actually heard the exact opposite of this. I'm pretty sure Blizzard said this. That's why they don't do anything, and then there's like a massive ban, and all of them get banned. And then they don't do anything, there's a massive ban, then all of them get banned. So like that's what they said. Honor Body stopped because they couldn't figure out how they're doing it. When did they say that? I think it was somewhere around 2010. I don't know. I could be wrong. The truth is we've never been better and more effective at identifying and actioning malicious accounts in our game security operations. Team that handle these actions are iterating and innovating on a near daily basis. Unfortunately, in the history of WoW, the people perpetuating this illicit trade have also never been better at coming up with new methods, schemes, farms, and exploits to work around our efforts. As much engineering and analytics efforts we put into this, illicit RMT workshops put the same amount in or more, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these workshops working around the clock to develop new technologies to counter our new technologies and techniques. It's an arms race, and it never, ever ends. That's true. We'll never completely beat bots or illicit RMT. It's an unwinnable war. Well, yeah, exactly. So they might as well get paid for it. Let's see here. As long as there's money to be made by third parties, the ubiquitous nature of this type of thing in online games is an objective fact. It has always been part of WoW and every other online game for the past 25 years, and will always be a part of online games. It's frustrating to fight this fight, but we will not stop fighting it. Well, you just did. Anyway, let's see this. While we can't completely win the war, what we can do is minimize the impact it has on the game. Is WoW token the end-all and be-all to solve this? No, but it's a tool, and it's just one tool, though, among many. There's clearly a demand for gold in certain types of player, and that demand is only increasing. So we're engaging a tool that we've used before to help mitigate this RMT on the game. The more tools we employ, the less lucrative we can make it on third parties whenever they make a profit. And less likely it is that new malicious actors will enter the illicit RMT scene. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Wrath design and the value of gold. And so this is why they think it's okay. Circling back to what was mentioned earlier, the WoW token feels like a tool that we should deploy now. We have to look at the base design of Wrath of the Lich King. Ultimately, what convinced us to reconsider the WoW token after resisting this path so long. In Wrath Classic, your normal weekly activities are, for the most part, self-sustaining. Buying potions, flasks, reagents, and other normal necessities of endgame that can be subsidized entirely just by playing the game normally. Simply put, gold is more plentiful and the base game design of Wrath minimized the focus on needing to farm to support normal play. That is accurate. Yeah, that part is accurate. You don't need to farm as much gold for now as you did back in Vanilla WoW. When we considered that, we realized the introduction of the token wouldn't be a temptation for most regular players to buy and help support their usual everyday gameplay. It's simply not impactful to the average player who logs in, raids a few days a week with their guild, does a few dungeons and dailies, and then plays on other games between those activities. There's no friction in that player's experience that would tempt them to buy a token just to keep themselves afloat. So the reason why you're adding tokens is because people won't buy them? I'm not sure I'm buying that. As mentioned earlier, we need to improve the visibility around what we do. We posted some weeks ago that we banned over 120,000 malicious accounts in World of Warcraft alone in a large wave, but those large waves we talk about are actually just a very small portion of the overall actions we take on a week-by-week basis. Using just the past 2 weeks, for example, here are all the actions our GSO team has undertaken. Total exploited Battle.net closures. Okay, World of Warcraft account closures. This is what matters. 73,000 in the past 2 weeks. Efforts look like very regularly, week in and week out. It's an enormous effort by many people's full-time jobs to do this. It's an issue of sheer staggering scale. We have the tools, and those tools are effective, but the malicious actors come right back, and with new, different methods every time. That being said, we need to post these things more, and that's something that our team wants to be able to surface more often. Well, let's talk about let's talk about what's true and what's not. I think the logic that they're using here is true, but also not true. Okay, so you think people are going to you're adding the token into Wrath of the Lich King because you think people won't buy it? What the fuck? Well, then why would you add it in the first place? What's the point of it? It doesn't make any sense. So number one, that's the first thing. That's not what they said. Well, it is though, right? Because it wouldn't be a temptation for most regular players to help support their everyday gameplay. I feel like that's what they're saying. I think that's a lie. They said average players won't. Well, what do you think most people are? What is the definition of the word average?
How may I aid you?
Okay.
Ancestors watch.
So anyway, let's go ahead and talk about this a little bit more. They're adding this because it's less damaging compared to classic vanilla, but at the same time helps reduce the damage that black market vendors do. I don't really buy this shit, and I'm going to talk about why. I think that, like, so does this mean it's something that we can look forward to in classic WoW eventually if we have Classic Plus, because Blizzard has made some arbitrary decision that gold doesn't matter anymore? I mean, obviously, like, maybe not. It's very hard to say, but you know, there's no real metric on this. I think that they are right to an extent, and I think that we can all agree on this, that gold mattered the most in vanilla, it mattered less in Burning Crusade, and it mattered even less in Wrath of the Lich King, right? In terms of like, do you want to raid the current raid this week? Like, vanilla was number 1 by a mile, Burning Crusade was number 2 by a fucking mile below that, and Wrath of the Lich King was a little bit easier than Burning Crusade. So yeah, I think that they're right about that. They literally say there's clearly a high demand to buy gold, and then say nobody is tempted to buy gold. Well, yeah, I mean, that is basically what they said. We'll never completely beat the bots or illicit RMT. I'm sorry to anybody working at Blizzard, but the people that are running your fucking, what's this place called? GSO, are completely incompetent. They have no fucking idea what they're doing. How do we know that? Look at this. This was 2 years ago. Now you can say things have changed. But let's be real. Do you really think things have changed? These are all bots right here. Tons of bots. Bots, 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 bots. All bots. This Congo line of bots. And it was going on for days. And I can tell you right now that Blizzard isn't banning them fast enough. And do you want to know how I know that? Because I've made this chart before, I'm going to make it again. I apologize for anybody who's seen this before and has to look at it twice. So, this is the amount of gold that a account makes. Or sorry, money. Yeah. Let's do money. Right? Right here is the what's called, in any sort of business or anything like that, it's called the break-even point, okay? What does the break-even point mean? Well, it's pretty fucking simple. It's the point where you break even. If a bot is banned within this time frame right here, you see this? Botting will go away. If a bot is banned within this time frame, botting will not go away. This is a loss. This is profit. So what happens is that whenever a bot first begins the game, you have to spend a certain amount of money to get that bot up and running. And there is a fixed cost that requires. So you're talking the monthly sub fee, and if you're buying a boost for it, the $60. Okay, like, so let's say the fee is $60 in order to have a bot for 1 month. If that bot makes $80 in that time period, the problem that you're having is just a matter of scale.
Glad I could help.
Make 1 million bots, you're gonna make $20 million. I mean, obviously not, but like, you know, like that's like a separate fucking problem. Effectively, you will continue making more bots because every single time that you do that, you will make $20, right? If you make a bot for $60 and then sell what the bot makes for $80 before it gets banned. But if you make a bot for $60 and it gets banned whenever you've only made $50, you just lost $10.
Yo!
Are you gonna make a bot again?
Right back.
No, you're not. Because you're not gonna make any money. And that right here, this is the break even of where botting becomes, let me just go ahead and do this. Botting becomes profitable here. So if you go right here and you can make this much money, you're good to go. Mark the period where Blizzard starts making money. Well, right at the beginning, they have to make money for them to even be on the chart. The issue is that one person can bot dozens of accounts versus a worker that can only moderate one at a time. Okay. How many blades of grass are in your yard? Thousands, right? But if you go over those blades of grass with a lawnmower, it doesn't matter if you have 1,000 blades of grass because you cut all of them down. And that's why your grass, hopefully, is not this tall. Think about it. Bots will never be banned because that would be against their investors. The bot makes money in probably under 12 hours. The bot makes money in probably under 12 hours. How do you think it makes money in probably under 12 hours?
Games matter.
Yeah, I don't think that it does.
BC.
And also, if players were getting banned more often from bots, so here's another factor, right? Is that if players were more likely to get banned by bots, they would be less likely to buy gold, right? They would be less likely to RMT. But a lot of people, how many of you guys have RMT'd in Classic WoW and you never got banned? Me? Lots of people, right? There we go. So obviously the whatever team they've got over at Blizzard isn't really doing as much as they think they are. This is not a gotcha moment or anything, but would be a good solution to ban bots quicker. Would DRM and anti-cheat software that's intrusive like Riot Games be a solution, or is that an alternative? I can't speak for everyone, but I would prefer to have intrusive software to play games that are not fucking like infested by bots. Also, there are games that do solve this, and ironically, I think Lost Ark has kind of solved this problem. So if you look at it right here, let's take a look. And I'm not saying they've gotten rid of it, but they've reduced it by a tremendous amount. Botting in Lost Ark is not even nearly as bad as it used to be. It's still, actually, it is worse than I expected. It is still bad. I feel like I must have misspoken. It's still pretty bad, but it's substantially better. I think two games that you can use for examples that don't have a lot of bots is New World and also Final Fantasy XIV. Both of these games do have people that are cheating in it. Both of these games do have people that are botting in it. However, the game is not dominated by them. The game is not directed by them. You don't have massive amounts of these things that everybody can see that Blizzard somehow can't realize. So, they've been coming back in the past few weeks. It was a lot better. Yeah, it was. I thought so. Final Fantasy is a few, but it smiles different than WoW. Well, I think so. And Final Fantasy has tons of bots. Well, yeah, I mean, of course it's going to have bots. Like, every game has bots. Like, Blizzard is right that you will always have bots. They are completely accurate about that. But whenever you're saying you'll always have bots, having 10% bots and 1% bots is a very big fucking difference. And I think that just throwing in the towel and giving up on banning bots is not a good idea. Also, go back and remember whenever Blizzard would do... let's see how it is now in retail WoW. Because it was really bad for a while. And I don't know what it's like now. I'd like to take a look at it. Give me a second. I'll turn off the music. Alright. So we'll see how many people are in the group finder trying to sell stuff. You can't just... But can't you just detect them better and get rid of them faster? Yeah. Yeah, you can. I'm not going to... like, it's the same as Amazon. How is it that every player in the game knows where the bots are? Every YouTube video is showing where the bots are. Every person on the forums knows where the bots are. Everybody on Reddit is agreeing where the bots are. But Amazon just can't seem to find them. Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you need?
Pre-made groups. Is this still bad? No, it's actually not as bad as it used to be. Do you remember how long it took for Blizzard to like get rid of all the advertisements here? And they still have them. So playcarry.com. Why can't this team just take the word playcarry.com and make it to where anybody who types that word gets flagged by the system? Because they do that with the N-word. You can't type the N-word. So they can clearly parse text. They're full of shit. Try it? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Let's see this. And you remember how bad this used to be. Oh, here's another one too. How long have they been in here? It's 3 minutes ago. Let's see, what about this one here? This was 6 minutes ago. Let's see if there's any more of them. Oh, there's 2 more. 16 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago. They literally have the website name right there. Search 20 in dungeons? I will. I just want to show you, like, are you telling me that a simple chat parsing command is impossible to do? This is insane. Only 4, to be honest? It's 4 of the same website, though. And how many do you need? And that's only in that area. Let's see, we'll look for 20. Oh, there's one right there. I want to sell Mythic Dungeons. The rest of these aren't really that bad. Let's see. If I search 20, you guys said? Yeah, there's 2 of them. 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. That's not really so bad. There's one more. Another one right there. Another one right there. Another one right there. And I might have actually capped out on, let me see, carry. No, it doesn't work. Play carry? No. Okay, that doesn't really work there. Look at trade chat, want to sell? Oh, you guys are so smart. You're totally right. Okay, this one will... Yeah, apparently it doesn't show up. I don't know why it's not showing up in this regard, but it was for the other ones. I have no idea. Maybe it's a cap specific? I don't know. I think it's because it's in brackets or something, I'm not sure. But either way, you can see how obviously there's a number of them on here, right? This one says want to sell. And they use special characters that look like normal ones. Oh, that's smart. Oh yeah, look at the W. The W is different. See? I think it might be wider. I could be wrong though. You gotta slap the boosters, you gotta slap the customers and take away what they paid money from? Yeah, exactly. Like if somebody knew that they would get suspended for 6 months for buying gold and the chances of getting suspended were very high, they wouldn't buy gold. The reason why people buy gold is because they don't get banned for it. It's well known that people don't get banned for it. I don't think it was two Vs, guys. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. If only there was some kind of tool with adaptive learning that could evaluate text. I mean, you don't even need adaptive learning. Like, I mean, look, it's obvious that they can parse text, right? Because if they couldn't parse text, then they couldn't automatically block the N-word. But they do. So that means they can parse text. So don't fucking tell me about how good this team is whenever you have these people that are literally spamming the exact same website. You're telling me that you can't block the text of www.playcarry.com? You can't do that? How long does that take? This is insane. No joke. Red Dash sucks to create formulas. I don't give a fuck what sucks to do it. I'm just saying. Figure expression is really hard. There's AI to actually figure it out, dude. Which these days shouldn't be hard. Wait, are there people that are actually telling me that you can't, that it's hard to blacklist text in this game? That you can't do it? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's insane. You pay someone to look through LFG and ban people? Yeah. It would be very simple. You just, if you see an account doing that, you just permaban the account. Problem solved. How does this take any time at all? Takes 2 minutes, not more? Yeah, it's so simple. And so this is what I'm saying, is that how is it that all of us see problems, but Blizzard can't find them? They blocked /fit? Yeah, they did. Working off assumption bots are bad because they're detrimental to the economy. Why doesn't Blizzard regulate auction house manipulation? They do, in extreme circumstances. It's frustrating to me to see that Blizzard is trying to rationalize putting pay to win literally in the game. And they think that anybody is going to believe this. Blizzard, if you want to add the WoW token because you don't want to pay the money for customer support, just say that. Don't tell us that the reason why you're adding WoW tokens into Wrath Classic is because average players won't buy them. Well, if nobody's going to buy them, why would you add them? And if nobody is going to buy them also, then how would they get rid of the bots to begin with? I don't buy any of these excuses. And I have been very pro Blizzard recently, especially with a lot of the Diablo stuff. I've been very pro Blizzard. But this decision is not a good decision.
Loktar, go with honor. For the Horde.
You wish to speak? Farewell. Ah, I've been expecting you. Walk with the Earth Mother. What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
Time is money, friend! What's up? Keep it real.
What brings you here? Walk with the Earth Mother.
Airyman. Be good.
What you looking for? Spirits be with ya, man.
Hello, man. Okie dokie. Don't be shy. Okay, dokie.
How you doing, man? Good to meet ya.
Don't be shy. You be careful, man.
Me got the good stuff, man. Spirit be with you, man.
Greetings, man. Be seeing ya. That spell isn't ready yet.
Thrall, halt! Strength. Zug. For the Horde! Blood and thunder! Go with honor.
Hail. Be careful.
That's still recharging.
Blood and thunder. Go forth to victory. Blood and thunder.
What are you looking for? For the Horde! Zug zug. Dabu.
strength and honor. Farewell.
Mogra. Dabu.
Hello, man. Later.
Relax. You be careful,
How you doing, man? Be seeing ya.
What are you looking for? For the Horde.
I am very anxious to see Pavlo. He's been looking very strong leading up to this event, and his lift just suggests that he is going to be one of the main contenders.
And my favorite event is deadlift. It's all-time world records in deadlift, 505 kilograms. But in all strongman show, I'm preparing and I'm ready.
I know I've got it in me, so we're going to leave it all on the line tomorrow and see what number we're capable of.
I will be glad if someone breaks this record because it's progress in sport and very great news. I hope it will be.
I'd love to see it happen. I'm an optimist. I want to see it happen. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. With obviously the deadlift being the first event in Manchester, I've got targets, kind of set. I want to join that 1,000-pound club, get that 455 kilo deadlift off the ground and locked out.
It's the way I train, it's the way I've lived my life, that I believe I can beat anybody on my day.
I really, really want first. I really want first. First place will be very hard, but I hope to do this well, like last competition.
I'm here for top 3 as a minimum, so I'll be looking to attack this one and put on a good show.
Only victory.
Well, only victory indeed, but whose victory will it be? Let's meet our athletes. First up from Bosnia, one of the hotly tipped athletes to break Eddie Hall's deadlift tonight, and Beskovic. Next up, well, it's our first look at this Scottish giant, Andy Black. Gabe Pena, they call him the Texas Titan. He has Mexican heritage, celebrating that in full force tonight. From Ukraine, it's Makarov. He's come so close in the past to taking Eddie's record. From Wales, the giant, Gavin Bilton. Heinlein next, from Estonia, don't rule him out. Very impressive deadlifter. The former Russian Special Forces officer Shivlyakov could break your arm with a glance, break your heart with a smile. Nakonechny, one of the favourites for the deadlift, is a powerlifting champion. For Britain, Adam Bishop, a crowd favourite, and the reigning Britain's strongest man. T-Rex. That's his nickname, I haven't just seen one. Evan Singleton from the USA. And of course, what would it be without this guy? The reigning world's strongest man. 2020, it's Novikov. And as ever, top 3 tonight go through to world's strongest man. Radzi is with Colin and Eddie.
Well, it's the Giants Live World Open, and we're going to kick off with the World Deadlift Championships. We couldn't be any more excited. And Eddie, who better to speak to about this? 505 kilos potentially today. What is this going to take to potentially get it done?
I've been there and done it. I know what it takes. These guys are coming in hot, and 2 or 3 of them are looking very, very confident. I really, really am excited to see these guys battle it out. There's one guy in particular I think is going to pull it. Pavlo.
Pavlo, we're going to go, but Ricey, Pav and Ivan, what should we know about them?
Pavlo is a world champion of powerlifting. This is a powerlifting movement. He's massive, he's strong, and he said, next time you do this, can we do 550? And I want twice as much money. So he's cocky, that's for sure. Ed, you could be in trouble here, mate. The other one, Makarov, who stands the most chance of doing it. He's had a few attempts, you never know.
Well, potentially we could see history made here, but either way, one thing's for certain, this is going to be special.
Well, it certainly is, Radzi. So here we go, event number 1 of 5. It's the deadlift for Max, and everyone cleared the opening weight of 400 kilos with Makarov there and Pavlo making it look like it was nothing at all. And we join the action then, halfway through the round of 425 kilos, with everyone so far achieving it. Nakonechny deciding to skip, so we got him a rope. And next, Gavin Bilton, giant Welshman, takes on 425 kilos.
Gavin the Bull. This will be a Welsh record if he were to do it. Massive weight, 935 pounds, 67 stones. His referee, of course, Magnus Fair Magnusson. Has a very strict reputation. He didn't give Eddie Hall that lift many years ago, the world record. Here we go. Waste no time.
We're looking for that moment of control and locking out. And he did it. Well, that is a Welsh record for Gavin Bilton, 425 kilos.
Let's have a look at this one again. He gets up to the very top. A little bit of jacking it up the thighs, but he manages to lock it out. Gets the down signal. So under Alexei Novikov, who's a much, much smaller man at only 130 kilos.
He has expressed a few concerns about his knees.
That's not too bad, though. Wow. I believe that equals his personal best. Lovely pull. Absolutely lovely pull. This perfect straight line. Doesn't need to jack it at all up the thighs.
So Singleton getting the crowd fired up, firing himself up.
Big personal best right here, Danny, if he were to do it. He's done 400 kilos before. He matched that in round one, and ho-ho! Who's done their homework?
Very easy for Evan Singleton.
Are you kidding me? That's the fastest pull I've ever seen at that weight. He just tore it off the ground, wrenched it off the ground. No respect for the weight whatsoever. Brilliant pull.
To Beskovic.
He's co-winner of the World Deadlift Champs in Wembley Arena, and yeah, he's looking on decent form. Slower puller than obviously than Evan, who went wild there. But maybe it's deliberate and solid. He's hopefully good for a lot more than this. Very much a deadlift specialist.
Talking of deadlift specialists, such a technician in deadlift. It's Rob Frampton of Team Bish.
Yeah, Frampton was the man who helped Eddie Hall to the 500. And that looks good. Wow.
Very confident from Adam Bishop.
That is extraordinary. Well, as you said, he is just about the best puller in the world right now, and he's proved it. He had to. Everyone's starting to do 4.25, making it look easy.
Well, on to the eldest of our Ukrainians, Makarov. Those long arms. He's come closest to taking this record in the past.
Certainly has, and wow. Was that the easiest? I think so.
I think it was. Well, what has he got today?
I'll tell you what, I remember when 430 kilos was the world record. Big Loz had it back then, and he's with Radzi now.
Can we just talk about how impressive a weight that is? Because we always become used to this, but this is unbelievable.
This is absolutely mental. I mean, we've just had every single lifter pull 425. They're all going for 455 or 1,000 pounds. This is only 7 men in history have pulled this in competition. We could potentially have that many do it in one show today. Absolutely insane level of deadlifting. And myself and Terry Holland sat over there just like blown away by the standard. It's absolutely mental.
Mental is the word, Lawrence. And as the deadlift continues, there's more of that metal mentalness in store as our all-star crowd and one very interested observer gaze on next on Giants Live. Welcome back to the AO Arena in Manchester. It's Giants Live, the World Open. And so far, we've seen some insane lifting in our opening event, the deadlift. As the strongmen warm up for a potential world record, let's get back to our commentators, Colin and Danny.
Well, thank you, James. So, £1,000. And as Lawrence Charlet said earlier, only a handful of men have lifted this weight in history. Shivlyakov, Bilton, Heinler have already failed. Makarov decided to skip and save his energy for the world record. And so Andy Black is up next, and we haven't seen much of this guy before.
Unbelievable. He's only been in strongman for 2 years, and he's going for £1,000. He is an incredible man, you know. He was a plumber, gas fitter just a couple of years ago, and he walked into a gym, and now here he is. What a find for Scotland, I tell you.
I wouldn't argue with any of his plumbing quotes. Fine, whatever you need. So, Novikov up next to take on £1,000.
Oh, he's getting stuck at the knees. He's got past it. He gets it, Danny.
Well, that is incredible. Novikov joins the 1,000 club.
And all that baby powder on the thighs certainly helped in the end. Reduced the friction down to a minimum. Just got it over.
Well, that's quite the gauntlet for Evan Singleton.
I think it was another quarter of a kilo. He wouldn't have made it. Joins the 1,000-pound club. Massive personal best on the day. 28 kilos, 28 and a half up at his best.
So Singleton, you can tell he wants to move quickly, use that explosive power, get straight into it.
You're absolutely right, and he does. Oh!
My goodness me. Well, he's done it.
He forgot he was strapped to the bar. 53 and a half kilos above his actual competition personal best.
Well, we were not expecting this. 2 more men in the 1,000-pound club in one night.
That's right, in history, 7 before this evening, and there's 2 more. You talk about pounds, the 1,000-pound mark. I know we deal in kilos, but it is historically such a massive mark. Gabriel Pena, then, of Mexico. Surely not.
That's doing well. Just a little further. He knows he's got it.
What is in the air tonight? Pena does it as well. Well, we've seen him pull massive weights in training. I just somehow thought it was training's training. He wouldn't do it in competition, but he too. He'd win a gurning contest as well, Danny. Wow.
Well, what next? Who next? Could it be Ambeskovic?
Big pressure on him, you know. He is one of the specialist deadlifters now. All these other strongmen have now done it. This would be a dream come true for him as well. He's done 450. 453 and a half's a magical number.
Well, why not? Ambeskovic. Another 1,000-pounder.
He's got a really tight suit on under there. Someone help him get it off. He's done it. I don't think there's much more in it. On the bar for him, though. Let's see what Bish does.
Well, would you be inspired or intimidated at this point?
I think you'd be a little intimidated, to be honest. Bish is a lot of expectation on his shoulders. Here we go.
Easy for Adam Bishop. Another 1,000 pounds. Well, just brilliant work from Adam Bishop. Refuses to be intimidated. Gets the job done. There's the moment. And there's the smile.
Not even too much strain either. He looks good for more.
Well, it's all on this guy's giant shoulders now.
He's the world champion. He's the one who has been shouting he wanted it to be far higher than 505 kilos. He's that confident.
Look at that from Pablo. Did well skipping 425, saving that energy, made it look easy. And another man joins the 1,000-pound club.
Definitely one of the easier pulls at 453 and a half, but I'm not sure he's got over 500 kilos in there. We'll soon see, but he joins that exclusive club of 1,000-pound in-competition deadlifters. And this is 100 years of deadlifting. First man to ever do it, Andy Bolton in 2006. The bottom 6 lifters all done tonight in this competition.
So on to 475 kilos. Pavlo is skipping this. He wants to go straight for the world record. Nezjamin, Singleton, Pena all retiring from this event. But Bishop tackling it head on.
Brave move to skip 475. I mean, this could be the winning weight. 453.5 maybe the winning weight. It's a big jump, really big jump.
It is a huge jump. Bishop thinks he's got it in him.
Oh, it was just too bent forward, I think. Too much on the hamstrings. Couldn't quite transition over the knees. He's happy. Look at this, strapping him into his suit, trying to make it as tight as possible. You imagine it's like wearing a tight pair of jeans. Just helps compact you in.
All right.
It's quite an uncomfortable feeling as well, I tell you.
Well, on to Makarov then.
He's not gambling and going straight for the big one. He's gone for an interim weight here, sensible and solid.
Makes it look so simple. Makarov, 475.
A little bit euphoric at the end of that one. I think he thinks he's on for this.
He wants that world record. And he'll have his chance.
He will. He could do it. He really could do it. He's solid enough at 475, and we're going up. No Pavlo at 475, so 505, Danny. And he has to be favourite right there. Unless Pavlo's holding something back. We'll soon see.
Pavlo is up first. There is just chalk on his face. He's not Pablo Escobar.
Indeed. Not quite sure what you mean though, Danny, but anyway.
So he takes this on. Nakonechny for the world record.
Massive jump, over 50 kilos for the previous round. Has he gambled correctly? Absolutely rooted to the ground.
That was going nowhere. But a brave attempt from Nakonechny.
Well, it's so tiring going for one of these enormous weights. He thought it was all or nothing. He certainly sank everything into it. He got it off the ground. Biggest weight ever off the ground, perhaps. But this is the man, surely, who's got the biggest shot. He's tried it twice before over 500 kilos. Hafthor Bjornsson indeed has done 501 kilograms out of competition. But here we are in an internationally refereed contest. He's trying to break the record from Eddie Hall by 5 kilos. Huge moment in strength sport, this.
Well, it's at the knees. That's as far as it's going.
I thought for a second there he was going to do it. No, you've only got one shot at it. He's not going to go again. It's impossible. He'll have burnt so much in terms of energy. And deserves the applause from the crowd, though. He is the only man to do 475. He is the champion, the world deadlift champion for 2021, Danny.
Well, absolutely. Great showing there from Makarov. And he had that one attempt. Got it to the knees, just couldn't get it any further. Eddie Hall, well, his record remains safe. And he's with Radzi right now.
Ed, there's no drama like seeing a man attempt to lift half a ton. But in terms of the strength of depth we've seen today, 6 men in the 1,000-pound club, it is incredible.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. If you told me 5 years ago you'll have 6 men pulling 1,000 pounds in a similar competition in one day, no chance. Absolutely no chance. It's happened. And you know what? I think those 6 guys could have done quite a bit more. It's getting those numbers just right. And of course, you know, the 2 guys attempted the 505. That was something special.
Eddie massively displeased to still hold that world deadlift record, but amazing scenes here in Manchester. Makarov up top, taking the event win.
Hello YouTube, welcome back to the channel. Now today I am trying still timber sports. Now this is a professional sport and I'm with the British champions Glenn and Jack. You're the pro British champion.
That's right, yeah.
And you're an amateur British champion.
Yeah, that's correct.
So talk me through the 3 disciplines. A bit like the Olympics, you have 3 or 4 disciplines that you've got to get on with. What are your 3 disciplines that we've got to do?
So the 3 disciplines you're going to do today, we're going to start off with the stock saw.
Stock saw, is that just a normal chainsaw?
That's a normal chainsaw, still M661 chainsaw.
Yeah.
We're then going to do the underhand, so that's one with the axe, where you're going to be stood on top of the block. You're going to be cutting in between your feet.
Yeah.
So we're going to be watching them toes a little bit as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we'll do the single back as well. These 3 disciplines are the disciplines that every category does. So from the women, rookies and the pros, all 3 of us do them.
Okay. Right, so the first one is the chainsaw. So we've got this log here. So literally you've got to saw through that as quick as you can. Has you got to do some certain length or?
Start with your hands on the wood.
Yeah.
And then they'll count you in. And then you pick it up, do 1 cut down, and then another cut up in 100 mil of timber.
All right, so you've got to do it within 100 mil, 2
Yeah.
cuts, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, and then that's it. Once you finish, timer stops.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And then the second one, we're going to be stood on a tree trunk with it in between the legs, and you've got to chop it.
That's it, yeah.
And again, just timed. You've got to pick the axe up and chop until it's disintegrated.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Third one was the handsaw. Is that on this one again?
That's it, yeah. It's going to be on the log like this. That's 1 cookie. You should just do 1 cookie, and that's the fastest time. But it is very hard to use. It's a lot more. 1 cookie. So what we call the cookie, yeah. So the slices you cut off are called cookies.
Oh, okay.
So you'll hear that a fair bit today. So.
I'll make me hungry. Cookie. Okay, so you just got to do 1 slice with the big. Them saws are ginormous.
Yeah, so they're
how long are they?
6 foot, up to about 6'4".
2 meter long saws.
That's it, yeah.
And you've got to. Wow. Okay, and then again, time just as fast as you can get.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, well, let's. Are you going to train me up a little bit first then?
Yeah, we'll train you up a little bit.
And then we'll do a little bit of a head-to-head against each other. I've brought some lumberjack attire with me, so I'll go get changed. I'll be back in a bit. You 2 gents are a bit underdressed for this. What's going on? I thought this was like the standard lumberjack attire.
Yeah. I think we got the memo.
Have I come to the wrong place? Right, lads. What's first?
Well, I like the effort with the outfit, but I think we're going to have to get dressed up in some proper safety stuff. So we're going to put some chainsaw chaps on you and some ear and eye protection, and then we'll go from there.
Boring. Right then, I am all health and safety up, and I know these lads said my attire wasn't very suitable, but I'll just print out this. What's going on? Can you show them yours? Why have I?
So you'll have the chainsaw running on the floor.
Yeah.
So you get 15 seconds to warm the chainsaw up.
Okay.
So that's starting it, giving it a bit of a warm up so it's nice and ready for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you've got to make sure you've got your ears and eyes on, that's part of the rules.
Yeah.
Then you'll have your hands on the wood, that saw will be running. You'll pick it up then, on the go, you'll cut 1 down, then you'll cut 1 up.
It has to be in that order, it has to be down then up.
Down then up, yeah. And both of the cookies have got to be complete. So if you were to
So
say
you did a
cut down
half
and then
one.
you cut it out, you could still go back and cut another one. But obviously if you run out of the wood, then that'll be a DQ then. So you pick the saw up, and you want to set yourself, you put it in there, you want to take about like a thumb width there.
Okay.
Take that 1 cookie down, you want to try and just keep that saw nice and level down there. When you get to the bottom then, you're just going to step across again, and then you're going to bring that saw nice up and nice and even. Right up
Okay,
the top.
what about pressure? You just use the weight of the saw, or you put in some welling there?
You kind of try and listen to the saw, so if it's really high pitch revving and running, then it's not cutting enough, but you don't want to really die and be like bogging down.
So there's some technique to
There's
how
a lot
much
of
pressure to
technique
put in.
in it, yeah, how much to put in and how so you might put not enough, then you'll try and put more, and then it'll bog, and then you'll heave it, so it's a lot of listening.
Well, hang on a minute, because... How are you, mate? You okay?
Thanks. Very well. Very well. Yeah. Right, I've just Googled it on my phone. These chainsaws are 91cc, so that's quite powerful, 7.3 horsepower. Now, you talk that in terms of like bike power, that's probably equivalent of a 125cc bike. So these have got some big horsepower, so it'd be interesting to see how fast they get through this wood. How's that?
That's it, fair play.
All right.
Yeah.
What was the time?
I don't know, we didn't have the stopwatch out on that one.
It was that fast you couldn't time it.
I tell you what,
That's what you just said.
2 cookies there that are complete, so
Right, so when you say complete, you're not allowed to say if one like went thin at the end, that'd be a fail.
yeah. And then they're both within that 100 line, 100 millimeter line that you've got there.
Yeah, it's a little bit skewy. What is the record for doing this?
So the current British record is 10 seconds dead.
Who holds that?
Young Jack, yeah.
10 seconds on the dot.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the dot.
That is. What's the technique? What's your secret, do you think?
I think because I've just been doing it for so many years, I'm just used to it.
You know how much pressure to put on it?
Yeah, just know how to read the wood.
Read the wood. I could read this wood. Yeah. How annoyed would you be if I beat your record?
Very annoyed.
So I'm going against the British champion. 10 seconds. Okay. Let's go. The Beast versus Jack the Giant. Here we go. Watch this space. Let's get it.
Warm up the sword.
Say.
Unfortunately,
I mean that's you know what I mean. It's
we
marginal.
can let it go today.
Yeah, it's marginal. You know what I mean? Well, at times, because I was just behind him, it was like 0.1.
So you were 13.88.
Yeah. It's cheating. I think I can take it. I think I can have you. Let's do one more. I'm having this. There's one thing I want to do before we start. Because I'm suspecting a bit of dodginess, right? Okay. He's got his favourite chainsaw, hasn't he? He's sharpened this one. Stupid. I'm not.
Warm up your saws. Timber! 3, 2, 1, go!
I think I swapped it. They must have swapped it back when I wasn't looking. Times.
14.04.
Slower again.
Slower.
Consistent.
I think I'm obviously getting thicker wood or something. Something like that. Right then, mate. So that's the still saw contest. What's the next one? The one where you chop between the legs?
Yeah, the underhand chop.
All right, then, mate. We'll get set up and do the underhand chop then, eh?
Yep.
Get it.
So you stand on the log, like so, but you'll have footholes, and you cut half the log, turn around, cut the other half.
Right, okay. Right, and where's the axe?
We'll get you all chainmailed up and little tin boots on you.
Chainmailed up?
Yeah, so we've got chainmail mesh like this on our legs
Right.
and around our feet to keep us protected. So we'll put the same
So
sort of
don't
thing
chop-
on you.
So don't chop your
And
foot
then we'll
off.
get you an axe and we'll let you have a go.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, I feel like Cinderella.
Lovely darts. Oh, Jesus. I feel like a first-class tit. Great.
So we'll draw a line through the middle, so that's where we know where our halfway is. We're then going to find the middle of the stand. We draw another line up the middle, like so.
Okay.
And when we're marking them up, we measure the log, so that one's about a foot block.
Yeah. Do you do all this for the contest?
Yeah, this is all pre-done.
So when's your next contest?
My next contest is the 17th of June, which will be the Steel Timber Sports British Championships.
So you've got one coming up on 17th of June?
That's it, yeah.
And where can they watch that?
That'll be in Malvern at the Three County Show.
Yeah?
So
What about online? Like a Facebook still?
Online, it's going to be on the official Steel Timber Sports YouTube page.
Official Still Timber Sports YouTube and Facebook. So 17th of June, make sure you watch. I'm going to be watching. It's going to be fun. I might even be in it. No, I can.
No. Okay. Right then, so this will be one of the axes that we use for competition.
It's a nice axe. How sharp are these?
Extremely sharp.
What's extremely sharp? Like, could I shave with it?
Could shave with it, yeah.
Really?
If you want me to
Could
give
shave
you a
my
fresh
beard
trim.
off. Right, we have a piece of papier. You reckon that's going to go straight through? Fair play. That is not a toy. Take it off me before I chop my hand off or something. Wow. That's a sharp. Yeah, that is a sharp axe. The wise man once said, if you give me 4 hours to chop down a tree, I'll spend 3 hours sharpening my axe. Don't know who the it was, but it's wise words. Is it Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, I think, maybe.
Or you're just saying yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. It was Abraham Lincoln. It's harder than it looks. Make it look effortless. Just to clarify, this is like in their rules and regulations. We have actually got 2 paramedics on site with an ambulance ready to rock. No joke. There's an ambulance outside.
Right then, so what I'm going to do is hit that middle line there.
Okay.
And the axe wants to come up, right up the middle of your head.
Yeah.
And you pick it up and drop it back down. So just up. Just want to do a few little hits in the middle. See that you've got it.
How's that, buddy?
That's alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
Getting a bit hot in here, I'm going to take my shirt off. It's very restrictive as well. Okay, I can cool off, and I'm not as restricted now. I've got my favourite shirt on show.
There. You'll then turn yourself and your feet. You always want your feet more or less pointing the same way the axe is going to go. Get that up. There. Down the bottom.
Battered, how do you do that without breaking a sweat? That's hard work, man.
Okay. Now what we do is we'll turn around and we cut the other side.
You're not in here, or is it just me? Jesus.
It's a workout, yeah.
Man, I'm absolutely can lift weights for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Go swimming, this. 5 minutes and I'm done.
One in the bottom, it's going to go there.
One in the bottom, yeah?
Yeah. There we go. Nicely done.
Did you see that? What's the time for something like that? What's a good time?
So the British record is 18.79 seconds.
18.7 seconds.
Yeah.
So chop through that,
So
front
chop
and
through
back.
that, that's it. And then the world record is 12.01, so basically 12 seconds dead.
12 seconds? 12 seconds?
12 seconds to cut both sides of that block.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Have we got any footage of that? Let's put the footage to that. 12 seconds, that is insane. Here you go.
Very quickly, taking out huge chunks of wood. Cormac now comes over to the other side. Oh my goodness!
It goes to show it's not about brawn. It's not about strength, is it? It's about technique.
It's technique, accuracy, and putting that blow in, getting that axe straight out as well, and just keeping rhythm and everything. Yeah, it's so much more than just
technique,
strength.
accuracy, and speed. Probably the three things I'm most lacking. Okay. Right, so we're having a little bit of competition there. Is it me versus you this time?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Jack got lucky. Glenn's about to see the real f***ing beast. Here you go. Let's copy it out. Ready? Ready for this? Okay, so 18 seconds for the British record, 12 seconds for the world record. What's your PB, Clive?
27.
27 seconds.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Time.
2 minutes.
Time do you get?
23 seconds.
23? That's a PB for you.
PB, yeah.
Jesus. Okay, what's next?
We're going to go on to the single buck. So that'll be the last event for you today.
What's that called?
The single buck.
Single buck.
That's it, yeah.
And that's the big 2 metre long saw.
That's it, 2 metre long saw.
And that's just go for a trunk as fast as you can.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, let's get it. That is a blade. That is a saw. How long is that?
So these are around about 2 metres long.
Are they hot? Are they sharp?
They are sharp, these are very sharp, yeah.
Yeah, it's taking the skin off my nail. As sharp as the axe was, if not sharper.
Yeah, so these are like, you know, these are proper racing saws. This one's more of a training saw, but then later on we've got a proper racing saw for you to use as well.
So you've got racing saws and training saws.
That's it, yeah. So the aim of this one is to get the cookie off in the fastest time.
Okay.
There's no real rules as in what size cookie you have, but again, if you cut out or you break the cookie off, then that's a disqualification as well.
Okay, so that's
it's got to be a
straight down.
complete.
Okay. Go on, then, show us how it's done. Fast as you can, go. Go on. Go for it. Come on, get it. Come on. Come on. That was about a minute. Is that about right? Is a minute about there?
No, so.
Is it?
Lost my breath here. You'll be looking at under 20 seconds.
No.
Yeah.
What's your PB on this?
17 seconds.
Well, that was way more than 17 seconds. That was over 30. Got to be.
So this is why this is a training saw.
Right.